Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Ohio.
The Reds got win number 1 in game number 2 last night, thanks to 7 shutout innings from left-hander Brandon Finnegan. Scoreless game in the 7th. Joey Votto, his first hit, producing the first run in a 2-0 Cincinnati victory. So now we turn the page to what is an overcast but dry so far anyway. Thursday afternoon in downtown Cincinnati. Welcome to Great American Ballpark. Reds and the Phillies in the rubber game of this series. Hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh and Jim Day, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball right here on Fox Sports Ohio. Today, a huge day in the life of one Rookie Davis. His major league debut, he gets the ball today for Brian Price.
You know, all throughout spring training, these young pitchers are watching each other. And we mentioned at the very beginning of last night's game that Brandon Finnegan at age 23 is kind of a leader on this pitching staff. Well, I imagine that Rookie Davis was watching him last night, and he's probably thinking to himself, man, oh man, when you throw quality strikes right down there in the bottom of the zone, you mix up your pitches a little bit. He really made it look easy. Maybe I can do the same thing today. And for Rookie Davis, that's really all there is for him. He's got plenty of arm. He's got a good breaking ball. He's got a good feel for pitching. He's an excellent athlete, a really great two-way player as far as being a hitter too. But it's all about being able to throw that baseball right down there where you want to. And if he can do that, he'll have a nice day.
We're excited to watch young Mr. Davis take the mound here momentarily at Great American Ballpark. Reds trying to win this opening series. The third and rubber game is coming up on Fox Sports Ohio.
Just continue to go about my preparation as usual, and it's the same dimensions, but it's going to be a special day. It's a day that I want to enjoy, but at the same time I have to go out there and I have to compete and leave this ball game with the best chance to win.
I'm Jim Day. Rookie Davis talking in our Elk and Elk storylines today, and there you see the big righty warming up, about to make his major league debut. He's got mom and dad, friends, family all in from North Carolina, and there they are. You can imagine the emotions going through them right now. Reds have 7 rookies on their opening day roster, and one of them happens to be named rookie. Let's see what he's got.
Well, if all of them live in the little town of Holly Ridge, North Carolina, they make up a pretty significant number of the overall population. You see his numbers between AA and AAA presented by Mazda.
Well, very impressive last year. Even more impressive for rookie Davis was this spring in Goodyear.
His first pitch in the big leagues is strike one. Davis, 23 years young. He'll turn 24 in a couple of weeks. And Chris, you mentioned it. The one thing that he did, along with a guy who will pitch tomorrow night in St. Louis, also making his major league debut, Amir Garrett, attacking the strike zone at least during Cactus League play. 1-2.
Well, if you look at him, even though he's a big guy, and he is a big guy, he was listed at 6 feet 5 inches tall, nearly 260 pounds. But he's got a repeatable delivery, not a lot of wasted motion. He just kind of rocks and fires. And he's got somewhat of an easy delivery. And the thing that impressed me about rookie Davis when I saw him pitch down in Goodyear, Tom, was the fact that he's got a real good feel for his breaking pitches. He's not out there trying to throw his breaking ball as hard as he can every time. Changes speeds on a little bit. I think he understands and appreciates that.
The first batter he faces as a major leaguer, he strikes out Cesar Hernandez. Welcome to the major leagues, rookie Davis. His father has seen that result a time or two through the years.
He's thinking one down, 26 to go.
You got it. Holly Ridge, North Carolina is in Onslow County, North Carolina. The population during the last census in 2010 was 1,268. The entire town is 1.4 square miles. Beautiful little area near Jacksonville, North Carolina, right along the shores of the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, it's probably more famously known, that county anyway, as a home of Camp Lejeune, which is a Marine Corps base.
High drive into deep right field by Daniel Nava, and his first at bat of the year is a home run. So a quick high to an early low. You go from a strikeout to giving up the home run ball.
Well, baseball life can be a roller coaster ride, and rookie Davis has seen both of it. That's a slider that really doesn't do much except hang right there in a very hot part of the hitting zone.
Nava did not play in either the first 2 games this season, so he makes the most with a bang. His first trip to the plate, and it's 1-0 Philadelphia here in the opening inning. Now Odubel Herrera, strike one. Reds have done a nice job on both Herrera and Franco, the cleanup hitter who bats behind him in the first 2 games of this series. They have 4 hits in 15 at bats, but only 1 extra base hit and not a single run batted in for either of the 2. In fact, not only the pitcher, rookie Davis, as there's a broken bat liner that gets by Peraza into center field, a base hit. But his battery mate, Stuart Turner, is making his major league debut today. It's the first time in modern history the Reds starting battery mates will debut in the same game. Now, it's occurred many times in the majors, most recently in 2008 with the Nationals. But a first in 100+ years of this Reds franchise. Brian Price made the observation before the game in his office today. The reason he started Turner today, knowing you have another pitcher making his major league debut tomorrow in Amir Garrett, is simply due to the fact that tomorrow's game is on the road in St. Louis. And he wanted the veteran Tucker Barnhart behind the plate when you're playing in front of 45,000, as the Reds will be tomorrow night at Busch Stadium.
Well, if you look at the Phillies lineup, they've made quite a few changes in it. Pete McCannon has. He's bringing guys in that have not really appeared at all in this series so far, like Daniel Neva, the guy that hit the home run here. Whereas Brian Price has pretty much kept his set lineup with the exception of Stuart Turner behind the plate.
And 1 on Michael Franco. Runner at first. And that one misses low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Phillies won on opening day here Monday by a run, 4-3. The Reds got incredible pitching last night. Brandon Finnegan allowed a hit in the first inning, retired 19 in a row in his 7 frames with 9 strikeouts. 2-1. Lorenzen, a scoreless inning. And Raisel Iglesias allowed a hit, fan 2 in the scoreless ninth to get the save. Take a look at the Phillies lineup under Pete McCannon, brought to you by Menards. We've seen the front 4. Saunders to follow. Knapp catching. Stassi, his first major league start. Galvis, the shortstop, and Clay Buchholz make his National League debut, his Philadelphia debut, after spending his entire career up until this year with the Boston Red Sox. 2-2 on Franco. Slider away. Well, one would assume they're going to start the runner Herrera. He runs well over at first. Got a stolen base in the 9th inning last night. There he goes, and it's straight up in the air. He'll have to retreat as Duvall waves off Billy Hamilton, and that's out number 2. As Chris mentioned, no changes except for the battery. As you look at the Reds defense presented by Ford, everybody else the same group that started the front 2 of the season.
Yeah, different managers have different philosophies. I showed, or at least talked about the major difference between Pete McCannon and Brian Price in that book, because the Phillies have quite a few new players in there. You know, the interesting thing that happens coming out of spring training is that all your extra guys are playing every day in spring training, and then all of a sudden the season starts and those guys sit the bench, and they sit the bench, and all they do is take batting practice and a few ground balls. So it doesn't take long for those players that were used to playing every day, who are kind of in a good rhythm, to lose that rhythm by sitting on the pine.
Of course, the Reds don't have many options on their bench to begin with, considering they have 8 pitchers right now in their bullpen to go along with their 5 starters. So that bench has a quartet, and that's it. Scooter Gennett, Patrick Kiblahan, backup catcher Tucker Barnhart, and Arismendi Alcantara. Straight up, should end the inning. So rookie Davis allows a home run in the first, and that's the way his major league career begins. The Reds will try and answer, starting with Billy Hamilton when we come back. 1-0 Philadelphia. now, or at least a little bit of sleet. With a wind chill, we're already in the 30s here in Cincinnati today. Phillies with a 1-0 lead in the first inning. And we look at Brian Price's lineup today, brought to you by Menards. Hamilton, Peraza, Votto to start it. Duvall in the cleanup spot, off to a great start. 3 hits in his first 7 trips. Suarez and Schebler 5 and 6. A latter third of Cozart, who knocked in a big run last night. Turner and Davis making their major league debuts. Clay Buchholz has sometimes been really good in Boston and other times not so good. A 2-time All-Star, and now it's his Philadelphia debut after coming over in a trade during the winter. Strike 1 to Billy Hamilton.
Buchholz is a former #1 draft pick, which means normally you have pretty good stuff. And he does. He's been around a while. Made his minor league debut in 2005. He's got a nice movement on his fastball. Nice over-the-top breaking ball. And there's the breaking ball right there.
He's 32 years old, a native Texan. Mentioned a 2-time All-Star in 2010 and 2013. 2010, he was a 17-game winner for the Red Sox with a 2.3 earned run average. Won a World Series with Boston in 2013. But last year was the first year he got off to a terrible start in the rotation. They moved him into the bullpen and then back into the rotation near the end of the year, where he really came on strong and pitched quite well. And Hamilton aboard to begin the game, a base hit on a 1-2 pitch.
Billy went right upstairs to get this pitch. Buchholz throws a little cutter right there, probably trying to get that ball inside, and slipped out of his hand, and a base hit through the box for Billy.
Quick throw over to first. Hamilton, 1 stolen base attempt, and it was a successful attempt. Well, we have been forewarned by those that have seen Buchholz pitch in spring training this year that you would be hard pressed to find a pitcher more deliberate on the mound in between pitches than Clay Buchholz. Peraza, first pitch swinging, pops it up. 1 away. The fighting Phils on defense, presented by Ford. Nava, his first start of the year. And the same holds true for Stassi. He's a great story, originally a 33rd round draft choice. Made his major league debut as a pinch hitter on opening day, drew a walk. Here's Votto, 1 hit so far this year, but it was a big one. Landing in the seats in right center field last night to give the Reds a 1-0 lead.
Well, the hit that he got came off a breaking ball, Tom. We showed that in slow motion last night, and he lofted it out of here for the home run. It would surprise me if he gets too many of those in the zone here today. Although that is one of Buchholz's signature pitches. Now, the guy behind the plate, Andrew Knapp, 25-year-old catcher. He made the team in spring training, even though the Phillies had a couple of other options. They had Ryan Hannigan in camp. They cut him loose. Knapp they really like defensively. I've not seen him throw, but the word is he's a very good catch and throw defender.
Hamilton, a decent lead at first. Not as big as we've seen most of the time, but apparently that got a piece of Joey's bat. That's a foul ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hamilton in each of the last 2 years was leading the major leagues in stolen bases before a season-ending injury. He wound up with 58 last year, and of course he was passed by Jonathan Villar of the Milwaukee Brewers. Billy easily, had he stayed healthy, would have led the league in each of the last 2 seasons. For those that have been around a while, when you just look at the frame of Buchholz standing out there on the mound wearing a Philadelphia Phillies uniform, well, I tell you, it brings back memories of, remember Andy Ashby? Big, tall, lean, long right-hander. Had some pretty good years with the Phillies. High fly ball into right center field. That'll be Saunders to wave off Herrera, the second out of the inning. One of the 2 hottest hitters in the Reds lineup the early part of this season is Adam Duvall. 3 hits and 7 at bats. 2 of his hits doubles. Cozart is also 3 for 7. Louisville, Kentucky native, a National League All-Star in his first season, full season as a major leaguer last year. Got to remember with Billy Hamilton, this is the first time, just like it is, Chris, for you and me, outside of maybe watching a game on television, that he's ever seen Clay Buchholz.
I think I remember seeing him in spring training a few times, Tom, but really not live very often. He had a dismal start to the season last year with the Red Sox. In fact, at the end of May, his earned run average was very high, and he just about pitched himself out of Boston. They moved him to the bullpen. And it was an injury to Stephen Wright, their knuckleball pitcher, that forced them to put Buchholz back into the rotation. And he actually finished the season very well. But he had a big option on the contract, and when it became clear that the Red Sox were going to be able to acquire Chris Sale from the White Sox, that needed a spot for him, so Buchholz was involved in a trade here to Philadelphia.
There you saw the numbers on those final 7 starts, and earned run average at 2.3 for Buchholz. So he really did indeed get it together. Little cue shot there off the end of the bat, 1 and 2 on Duvall.
He had a little bit of an unusual spring. He and his wife had a baby about midway through the month of March, and he missed quite a bit of time out of the Phillies camp. So when he did pitch the last couple of times in camp, he had a hard time finding his rhythm, didn't really have much on his breaking ball. But Pete McCann was, at least is quoted as saying, he was confident that eventually he'd get his rhythm down, and that breaking ball, which is a big part of his pitching game, will finally come around. He's paying a lot of attention to Billy.
Strike 3 called, a fastball right on the inside corner to retire the side. A leadoff single. Hamilton never moves. End of 1-0 Philadelphia. award-winning lineup only at your Tri-State Chevy dealer and by Skyline Chili. Feeling good. It's Skyline time. Welcome back inside of Great American Ballpark. Rookie Davis making his major league debut, allowed the home run to Nava in the opening inning. And now he'll face Knapp, Stassi, and Galvis in the Phil's second. You know, we brought up earlier that Stuart Turner is making his major league debut today. Well, the same holds true for the man standing up to his right, Andrew Knapp. You go all the way back to 1913. This is only the second time in a major league game that both starting catchers are making their major league debuts. Happened in 2010 in a game between the Tigers and the Royals. What do you think about that? The hundreds and thousands of baseball games that have been played, and we're seeing something that's only happened one other time in 104 seasons. Two 1 to Knapp. Fastball low, 3 balls and a strike.
Now, what the Phillies have in their minor league organization is a young catcher that they're extremely high on named Jorge Alfaro. And they're not sure when he will make it to the major leagues, but when they do, they will figure that he will be the starting catcher and Knapp will probably be the backup. And here we're already talking about Knapp being a backup and he's making his major league debut. Sounds a little unfair, but that's, you know, organizations have long range views. Of course, they're all subject to change based on how players end up performing.
Strike 3 called. Good looking fastball at 94 miles per hour on the inside corner. Knapp disagreeing with Vic Carapazar, home plate umpire today.
Second time now in 2 batters, inside fastballs were called for a strike. That looked like it had the plate no problem. Adam Duvall rung up on the last pitch of the bottom of the inning with the same type of inside heater. Boy, that's about perfectly placed.
We told you the other night that if you had time, you might want to, Google the interview with Brock Stassi when he learned last week that he was going to the major leagues for the very first time. And man, is he taking a pile of ribbing for his teammates over that very emotional interview, which brought tears to his eyes. But his teammates have really let him have it. And Davis takes care of him on 2 pitches, 2 out.
You know, you cry in public when you make the major leagues, and you cry in private when you get sent down.
That is the truth, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So now Galvis, who has 2 hits and 7 at bats during the series. Both hits extra base hits, hit a home run on opening day, also had a double on opening day. And Davis falls behind, 2 balls, no strikes. Very, very small crowd. Many concerned about the weather. This was, completely out of the ordinary considering what our weather has been of late and what's to follow it. We were close to 70 degrees and bright sunshine before the storm passed through here just before game time last night. And temperatures tonight expected to dip into the 20s. But then over the weekend, lots of sunshine and the temperatures back up into the 60s or low 70s. It was a really odd day. But you heard a lot about it coming. There's ball 4, a 2-out walk to the number 8 hitter.
You know, those are the kind of things that you see out of rookie pitchers much more than you do out of veteran pitchers. You get 2 easy outs, and then it's just natural for the pitcher to kind of let down his guard a little bit. All of a sudden, you run yourself into a full count or a 3-ball count, And you walk a guy and you think, well, yeah, I've got the pitcher next. I'm probably going to get him out. And that's the other reason why you let your guard down. But if you really think about it, and he will as he moves on in his major league career, Rookie Davis, you'll think, I want to save that pitcher to lead off the next inning. I don't want him batting here.
If you're wondering about Buchholz as a batter, it's hard to believe, even in the American League. I mean, ever since Buchholz came to the big leagues, you're playing a number of interleague games. He only has a grand total of 13 career at-bats. He had 2 all of last year, but as we mentioned, he was, in and out of the rotation. But just 13 at-bats, and he has 2 hits. Two and two, pitcher against pitcher. Well, Buchholz has to believe a fastball is coming here. The runner gets started over at first, and Galvis can run a little bit. 3-2 pitch. And he chased ball 4, so thank you very much, Clay Buchholz. Phillies lead after an inning and a half, 1-0.
I can't describe to you how much my family has done for me without getting choked up. I don't want to do this on air, but from watching me throw a wiffle ball in the driveway at 2 years old to watching me run out there tomorrow, I'll signal to them whenever I come in from the bullpen, but they know how I am, and once I make that walk in, it's time to go. So I'll probably have a couple words with my dad on the way to breakfast in the morning and get some last words of wisdom from him, but it's going to be a fun day.
And we're with Rookie Davis's family. That was a nice salute coming out of the bullpen. We've got Mom Lisa here. We've got Dad Billy. We've got Big Sis Arian over here. A number of family and friends in from North Carolina to see the Major League debut. He talked about it, playing wiffle ball when he's 2 years old, and it's a long road to get to Major League Baseball. What's your emotions as you watch him out there, Mom?
It's so much. You've waited so long, and then when you see that culmination of your dream and hard work and the opportunities all come together to make it a reality for him, happy it happened for him and that he includes us in it. It's a big moment.
Yep. What about you, Dad?
It's just, it's just a lot of emotions. I mean, the whole last week has been just enjoyable.
Yeah.
The news that he was on the 25 man and just getting here and to see it today is just a culmination of a lot of hard work.
And it was a barrel full of emotions right off the bat. He strikes out his first batter, and then welcome to the bigs, gives up a home run. That first strikeout, though, you were pretty stone-faced.
Well, I stay like that, I'm locked in on the game. I've always been like that, When we get in the car, I'm a different guy, though.
Well, you got a boatload of people up here, a small town in North Carolina. Half the town here?
It seems like it, and the rest are back home watching on TV at restaurants and local high schools and businesses across the county.
Now, you have raised a fine young man. I can attest to that as Suarez in there with a double. Just getting to know Rookie, you can tell that he has a good upbringing. Now, Dad over here says if he gets out of line, Mom's the enforcer. Is that true?
Things have to be done. He's bigger than me, but you still got to try, right?
Hey, Dad, when you going through spring training, he was one of those guys that was on the outer edge, a long shot to make it. What did you talk to him about throughout spring training, and when you finally found out, well, he's really got a shot to pull this off?
Well, I mean, I knew he was capable. You go back to last year when he battled injuries, and I think a lot of good came from that. He learned how to pitch when he didn't have his power, and I never doubt his ability. I know probably some people did, but you use that for fuel, and that's what he did. He's always been a pitcher capable of doing this right here.
Well, his name is unusual. It's Rookie, so we've told it before, but for those that are watching that don't know, who would like to tell the story of how he got his name? Mom? No, Dad? Let's go on Dad's side here.
Well, I mean, I took advantage of her being under anesthesia,
She was under anesthesia, and you had a chance to name him.
Yeah, that was not the name that we had originally picked. William, that's the proper name and family name. Theron, that's my granddad, my dad's name. Rookie was thrown in there as a nickname, and he's been that since 1 minute after he was born. So I'd hope he played baseball.
Well, he did, in fact, as the Reds tie it up. Real quick, Sis Arian over here. What's it like being a big sis of now a Major League Baseball pitcher?
It's crazy. I feel like when his dream came true, it was a family dream that came true. So I'm just thankful to have been with them the whole time and be sitting here watching it. It's unbelievable.
Well, Arian, I walked down here, and you're charting pitches. Can you hold that thing up?
Well, that book is insane, the things that are going on in there.
What do you got going on your pad here?
I've done it since rookie ball for him, so I just keep his pitch count. He likes to know 1-1 counts, full counts, so that's something that keeps me occupied during the games.
That is awesome. You can tell, boys, baseball through and through with this family, including the name while Mom was under anesthesia.
Hey, Jim, you might want to let Big Sis know there, Little Sis know there that, our statistician, Joel Luckham, I mean, he's got a family at home that he's taking care of and not working as many games this year. She's got nothing going on. We can use all the help we can get.
Hey, Arian, we got a statistician in the booth that might be a little busy and might need some games off, so we might call on you, need your help someday.
I'm always available. That would be a dream.
There you go.
All right. That's great stuff, Jim Day. We thank the Davises for letting us spend a few minutes with him today. I'm sure that this is one of those days. You never know. Everybody's a little bit different, Chris, but on these kind of days, you really want to just be with your clan and focus in on watching your son or brother, whatever the case may be. But very kind of them to let Jim stop by for a little while.
Really, Jim did a nice job as always, and what a delightful family. I thought the comment that Rookie made when he began that interview, when we before visited with his family, about how important they were to him and what they've done for him, and he didn't want to get all emotional on camera in front of Jim. So you could tell they're a very tight-knit group, and you just have to be so happy for them. The Reds have to be also extremely delighted. They got 4 players in return from Aroldis Chapman, and now it's Rookie Davis that is in the big leagues.
Davis getting his first chance. He's hoping in this inning to swing the bat. It is the first chance ever for Stuart Turner not to take it away anything from his major league debut today.
He had an awfully good spring. Really, actually swung the bat much better than the Reds had anticipated based on their scouting reports. Rule 5 draftee, the Reds picked him up last December from the Minnesota Twins.
Reds have done an excellent job in this inning to produce the tying run. They got the leadoff double, a ground ball by Schebler to the right side to advance a runner. Cozart the sac fly. And so we're 1-1 here in the last of the second inning. This is the decisive game of this 3-game series. Reds will be hitting the road, going to St. Louis and Pittsburgh. The Phillies go back home for their home opener tomorrow against the Washington Nationals.
It seems like every time Clay Buchholz gets in trouble and he needs a pitch he doesn't want to throw a breaking ball with, he'll throw, instead of that fastball, he'll throw a cutter. And it looks like it comes out of his hand, has a little bit of a slider action, moving away from right-handers. Got a number of the Reds hitters to pop up that pitch already, including Votto and Peraza.
Strike 3 call came with a fastball that time, and that'll end the inning. The Reds tie the game. We move to the third, even at 1. Opening day. It's going to be a huge deal presented by our friends from Frisch's Big Boy. Mark your calendar, Saturday, April the 15th. You come in early, see the Reds walk the red carpet. That's during a pregame block party, which gets underway at 9 o'clock in the morning. In addition, kids 14 and younger receive a Kids Opening Day cap. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit Reds.com. You know, it used to be in the past we made a big deal out of opening night. Now all of that is turning into Kids Opening Day. So again, that is a week from this Saturday. That's a day before Easter. Reds will leave town for 2 series, 3 games in St. Louis, 3 games in Pittsburgh, and then they return for a lengthy homestand. 10 games, 4 against Milwaukee, 3 in interleague play against Buck Showalter's Baltimore Orioles, and then a 3-game series against the defending world champion Cubs. 1-1 game, top of the order against rookie Davis, who makes his major league debut today. Allowed the home run to Daniel Nava in the opening inning. He's allowed a run on 2 hits, walked a batter, and fanned 3. He struck out Hernandez leading off the game. And that one dropped into right center field, a base hit by Hernandez. So now it will be rookie Davis's turn to pay a lot of attention to a would-be base stealer.
Not a bad pitch really by Davis there. He had an 0-2 count on Hernandez, and rather than kind of fooling around with breaking balls and trying to make him chase, I think he wanted to throw this ball a little bit more inside, that Hernandez got enough of the bat on it to be able to get it into the outfield. Hernandez has really turned into a nice player.
Another area of his game they'd like to see improvement in is the running game. He's extraordinarily fast. I mean, lightning fast. But he's not considered a great base stealer nor a great base runner. Stole 17 bases last year, but he was thrown out 13 times, picked off a number of times. But they believe he has the capability of stealing 50 in a major league season, obviously, if he gets on enough to give it a go. Big lead over there.
You know, that's a difficult part of the game to work on when you think about it. If you want to improve your batting, you take more batting practice. If you want to be a better fielder, you take ground balls. But what do you really do to make yourself a better base stealer? You have to learn how to read the move of the pitcher, how to get leadoffs down there. But it's hard to do that except at game speed. And baseball is one of those sports that you never really practice at game speed.
That's where the Reds are so fortunate not only to have their regular coaches around to help in base running and base stealing. Billy Hatcher does a lot of that at the big league level among the other coaches, but when the Reds are in spring training, Eric Davis spends a lot of time with the base runners.
We taped a couple of tech talks with Eric Davis in the spring, and he was saying some things that I had never heard before. Brilliant things as far as getting leadoffs, how to move off of first base, how to trick the pitcher into thinking certain things. Reds are very fortunate to have those guys around.
And Barry Larkin comes around. Not only were those two guys great players, Larkin a Hall of Fame player, and who knows, Davis may have been a Hall of Famer were it not for so many injuries. But they were both exceptional base runners and base stealers.
Well, Larkin has, as I remember just off the top of my head, one of the highest stolen base success percentages.
And I think Davis does too.
Yeah. And we're talking well over 80%.
Blasted into right center field again off the bat of Nava. And he is 2 for 2 today with a pair of home runs, a solo blast and now a 2-run shot. Former teammate of Clay Buchholz in Boston.
The second home run for Nava and the second home run on an off-speed pitch. The first one recorded as a slider. That one is called a changeup. I think it was a changeup, and boy, that's just right down to Broadway, and Davis knows it immediately. Two of the biggest differences when you come out of AA or AAA and into the major leagues. One is the size of the strike zone. It's smaller here in the major leagues because batters don't chase off the plate like they do down in A-ball, AA, and AAA. And the other is, when you make a mistake here, they don't foul it back to the screen.
Nava, a guy for a couple of years in Boston in 2013 and 2014, was a pretty regular player in the Red Sox lineup. They had high hopes for him. But then he really fell on hard times in 2015, got hurt, wound up being shipped off to the Angels. Spent a little bit of time, 9 games in Kansas City last year before Philadelphia brought him on board, and here he is making his Phillies debut. 2 for 2, 2 home runs, 3 knocked in. Two-1 on Herrera, still nobody out. Good off-speed pitch there.
That may be one of the better ones that he has thrown. Looked like he took a little bit off the slider right there in order to get some really good downward break.
That one hooked down the line. Herrera can run. He'll turn hard and never break stride. He motors into second base standing up with a double. So single, homer, double to start this Philadelphia third inning.
Well, that pitch by Davis was a good one in a good spot. The problem is it followed an identical pitch. The first one before it was a slider, and that was almost the same spot. And there's a kind of an unwritten rule in pitching that if you just throw your best pitch to your best spot, don't try to improve upon it because you just threw your perfect pitch. So he showed Herrera a really good pitch and then came right back with one that maybe wasn't quite as good. Herrera had it fresh in his memory and he was able to take care of it.
Still nobody out. Runner at second, a pair of runs home. Philadelphia taking its second lead of the game. It's 3-1 and strike one in there to Franco. Phillies 71 and 91 a season ago. They have not had a season above 500 since 2011. They have flipped over half their roster from opening day a season ago. And they have scored nearly as many runs through the first 2+ innings today as they have in the first 2 games of this series. And offense was the primary problem for Pete Maccannon's team a year ago. They have the lowest run total in the National League, the second worst on base percentage in the major leagues. Didn't hit many home runs, only 6 teams hit fewer. They were last in OPS, second to last in slugging percentage. And in 79 of their 162 games, they scored 3 runs or fewer. Two and two on Franco. Herrera, the runner out there at second with none out. And this will not advance a runner. Cozart looking it back. Now he's breaking. Here, and Votto will not even make a throw. Good heads up base running right there by Herrera. A long throw by Cozart, and he figured he could beat it, or at least beat 2 throws.
Well, I think it also has involved a little bit of scouting ahead of time because they know that probably throwing across the infield is not the strongest part of Joey Votto's game. So you take a shot right there, knowing that he does have a long throw to accept from Cozart in the hole, and it would have had to have been a bullet on the money, and the odds were they weren't going to get him anyway. So I think Votto did the right thing and not even try to throw the ball.
So now Michael Saunders. First pitch swinging. Good fastball in on his hands, and he's able to fight it off for strike one. See if Davis can find a way to avoid any further damage in what has been a 2-run Philadelphia third. Runner at third, infield in, 1 out. Nothing at 2. Tried the fastball 0-2, breaking ball on 1-2, and missed with each. Runner at third with the Reds infield drawn in. 2-2 on Michael Saunders. Oh, in and out of the mid of Stewart. Once more, the 2-2 coming to Michael Saunders. Bottom fell out there. Good pitching there by Davis for the second out, and the infield can back up and out away from ending the inning.
Looked like he threw back-to-back changeups to Saunders in that at bat. We'll take a look now. That's a slider right there that comes in at 88 miles an hour and a good downward break. That's a good spot. Left-handers love it down and in, Saunders especially. And you just can't resist.
In there, strike one to Knapp. He looked at strike three his first time up. Only one of the game underway already in baseball. The Royals and the Twins wrapping up their season opening series in Minneapolis. Out of play. The Red Sox and Pirates already rained out. They've called that baby off. Reds will see the Pirates Monday in Pittsburgh. Pirates are 0-2. Dropped a 12-inning affair last night by a final count of 3-0. Number of other day games set to get started. 0-2 on Knapp. His next pitch will be the 30th thrown in this inning by rookie Davis, and he has 65 total through the first 2 2/3 innings. This third started with a single by Hernandez, home run by Nava, double by Herrera, a ground out and a strikeout, and a runner's at third with 2 away, and remains 1 ball 2 strikes on Andrew Knapp.
Davis was originally drafted by the Yankees, 14th round pick. It made him about the 400th or so player taken in that draft. But in high school, boy, oh boy, did he dominate. He threw 5 no-hitters. When he graduated, his overall record was 25-4 and struck out 422 hitters in 200 innings.
Knapp hanging around, still 1 ball 2 strikes. Gets away from the catcher. Here comes Herrera. Davis did not cover the plate. A 4-1 ball game. That'll be a wild pitch on rookie Davis.
Well, the question was whether the batter went or not. I mean, you see Carapazza, the umpire, looking down to third, but meanwhile, here comes the runner. It's a heads-up runner play right there by Herrera. He just single-handedly got himself from second to third, and then now from third to home.
Let's see if this young man can make this the final pitch and the final out of this very long third inning. The inning continues. He misses with a 3-2 breaking ball. I would imagine you'll see some activity starting shortly here in the Reds bullpen. In fact, just getting up on his feet and starting to loosen his left-hander Wandy Peralta, and Mac Jenkins, the Reds pitching coach, will trot out for a visit.
Well, the one thing that Brian Price will keep an eye on this young pitching staff very closely this year is these innings that are on the verge of getting out of hand. You know, when you have a veteran pitching staff out there, these guys normally know how, after a few years in the big leagues, to limit damage. But when you're a young pitcher, sometimes, you know, one thing leads to another, and all of a sudden you see a 3 or a 4 spot up on the board, and the game begins to get out of reach. We've seen 3 in this inning.
Now Stassi, he grounded out to Votto his first time up. The 7th batter to come to the plate in what has been a 3-run third for Philadelphia. 35 pitches in this inning for rookie Davis. This at bat starting the same way the at bat to Knapp did, getting away ahead of a couple of quick strikes. In fact, we've seen that a number of at bats in this game already today. But Davis just trying to put a hitter away off the outside corner.
Yeah, that was the one comment that Delino DeShields, who managed him last year down in Louisville, made about rookie Davis. Was very complimentary about his work ethic, going about his business, his overall stuff, but said that he's still searching for that put-away pitch. It looks like he's going to get out of this inning.
Cozart squeezes it tightly. 7 men bat, 3 of them score. Middle of the 3rd at Great American Ballpark. The Phillies in front 4-1. By Cincinnati Children's, changing the outcome together. And by your local Ford dealer, Ford, go further. Reds have a little work to do, but we're only in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Philadelphia out to a 3-run lead after a 3-run top half of this 3rd inning. Buchholz has allowed 2 hits. He's allowed a leadoff man aboard in each of the first 2 innings. A single by Billy Hamilton. He didn't go anywhere. But Suarez doubled to lead off the last inning. And look at this off the bat of rookie Davis. And another leadoff man is going to reach as he trots in with a stand-up double. So how about that?
He didn't waste any time at all, did he? You know, when Ricky Davis was coming through high school at Holly Hill High School, Holly Ridge High School, he had to make a choice whether he was going to be a position player in professional baseball or a pitcher. In fact, there were a number of teams that called him and said, hey, we like you as a corner outfielder or as a first baseman more than we do as a pitcher. But when the Yankees finally drafted him in the 14th round 2011, they told him, do not pick up a bat again.
All right, let's see if that'll be the start of something big here in the last of the third for the Reds, trying to answer the 3-run top of the inning by Philly. That bat pulled away as Hamilton shows bunt, ball 1. No, we don't know if Hamilton intends on bunting or whether he's just showing bunt. And obviously Hamilton, with his speed, more than capable of bunting for a hit, although the percentages of that play are extremely low in the grand scheme of things. But you got to remember who's out there running as well at second base. That's not a slam dunk that you're going to advance him on a bunt. You're certainly not going to advance him with this. It is dropped out there on a play that should have been made by Hernandez. The runner stays at second base, and now the Reds catch a break, and the big hitters are coming up.
Well, I see your point about bunting with nobody out and a man on second base. I like the idea of swinging away right there, because if you do hit a base hit, you have a chance to score them. Reds do catch a break. We're so used to Brandon Phillips going out there for years and years and making that over-the-shoulder catch. I mean, look like it was something he could roll out of bed and do. In fact, that was such an easy play. With his back going to home plate, they're going to give him an error.
No, right? They gave him a base hit.
Oh, they gave him a base hit. Well, the scoreboard says base hit, but I think now it's an error. Yeah.
Okay, it should have been an error. I mean, that's the kind of play Hernandez would be the first to tell you that he could have gotten out there and camped underneath that ball rather than trying to make the over-the-shoulder play. Well, the Reds will take it. Here's Peraza. Pretty slick right there. And Peraza legs out the relay throw by Hernandez. Boy, Galvis is as good as it gets at shortstop in this National League.
I think he's really one of the more underrated defenders out there, Tom. I mean, this is a great play. He gets down low, slides into the fielding part of the play, and Peraza just too quick down the line to get two. It's a nice turn by Hernandez, too.
We mentioned last night that Juan Samuel, longtime excellent major league player, has been a coach for these Phillies for a number of seasons now. Feels like he has the best middle infield defensive duo in the National League. He said these guys are really something. Now Votto with 2 on and 1 out. His team down by 3. We're in the third. Joey flied out to right his first time up. Good pitch on the inside corner.
There's that cut fastball.
Votto in his career a .332 hitter with runners in scoring position. That's career. And you go back to all players since 1974, and only 3 players have been better than that number of Vottos. Tony Gwynn, Rod Carew, Miguel Cabrera. Maybe you've heard of those 3.
And he's facing a pitcher that has struggled mightily the last 3 years against batters with runners in scoring position. In fact, against Clay Buchholz, opponents are hitting over .330 in this situation, the last 3. That's the highest in baseball. So advantage Reds right here.
There's one, and there's a double play to end the inning. We played 3, and the Phillies lead by 3. Ballpark all season long, starting on Friday, April the 14th. Reds will take on the Brewers. You can be here for just $12. Plus, stick around for the spectacular post-game fireworks show presented by Miracle Grow. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit Reds.com. Well, the Major League debut is over for rookie Davis. He goes 3 innings, allows 5 hits, 4 runs all earned, including a pair of home runs, both by Daniel Nava. He walked 2 batters while fanning 4. And he will give way to left-hander Wandy Peralta. Peralta, a September call-up for the Redlegs in 2016. Spent last year, like rookie Davis did, at AA Pensacola and AAA Louisville, where he went a combined 4-2, a 2.50 ERA at 3 saves. He made 48 relief appearances last year, and all his appearances at the big league level were as a reliever, and he got 2 starts in the minor leagues. Freddie Galvis pops it up to Peraza. 1 batter, 1 out for Peralta. You know, you probably heard Chris Welsh talk a lot about Peralta. He's been very high on him ever since getting a look at him during spring training last year. Ball 1 to the pitcher, Clay Buchholz, who struck out his first time up. I remember Chris talking regularly about some of the stuff, and there you see a little bit of it right there. Throws a 94-mile-an-hour fastball and then drops that 83-mile-per-hour changeup on Buchholz to get ahead, or even a count, I beg your pardon, at 1-1. Breaking ball there, and it's 1-2. St. Louis, Missouri tomorrow night for the Redlegs. Gone swinging Buchholz, and a good start for Wandy Peralta. Has retired the first 2 batters he faces here in the 4th inning. Major League debut tomorrow night for Amiri Garrett. He'll be opposed by the longtime former Red Mike Leake. Looks like Bronson Arroyo will start the game Saturday against Michael Wacha. And then Scott Feldman comes back after making an opening day start and opening day loss to face Carlos Martinez, who was simply spectacular for the Cardinals in the season opener against the Cubs. He shut him out for 7 innings. But he did not get the win. That was a game where Randall Grichuk had the game-ending base hit late. Peralta, a very quick worker. Well, you put a stop clock on Peralta compared to Clay Buchholz. You're talking about the rabbit in the hare. Peralta gets it and just cuts it loose. This should be playable. The question is, can Votto get there? He had it, and then when he hit the tarp, it popped out of there. It's a good effort right there by Votto.
Votto looks like he's got it under control, and the whole thing for the defender right there is to make sure that your body's under control when you get to the spot where you're trying to make the play.
Very impressive 4th inning. Boy, Chris, you're on to something there about Peralta. 1, 2, 3 go the Phillies.
Not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, if a Reds player hits a home run off that Toyota sign during our game today, Susan Collins from Hebron, Kentucky, that's your old neck of the woods, will win that beautiful new Tundra. That'd be looking good cruising around Hebron in that bad boy. Register for your chance to win in an upcoming game. Just stop by your Cincinnati and or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. 4, 5, and 6 against Buchholz here in the Reds' 4th inning. Philadelphia holds a 4-1 lead. Good breaking ball by the Philadelphia right-hander in there to Adams. Strike one. Adams struck out looking his first time up. Actually, a little sunshine trying to break through what has been a very, very cloudy day here in Cincinnati.
That's a good
We're
sign.
expecting a beautiful weekend here. Of course, the Reds will be out of town, but for the rest of you that'll be hanging around the home front trying to get a few things done, kids' sports games, baseball season, etc., softball underway, maybe soccer, lacrosse, whatever it might be, or just a little yard work. Supposed to be a beautiful weekend here in Greater Cincinnati. 0-2 on Duvall. That one got a piece of nap. And he needs a breather.
Yeah, he'll take a moment right there. It looked like it deflected off the bat and went right into his hand. Look at his hand just kind of hanging right there. No, it wasn't his hand after all.
No, he's going to put his hand there, though.
Yep.
Philadelphia got a home run by Nava in the first inning. The Reds tied the game on a double, a ground out, and a sac fly from Cozart to score Suarez. But then Philadelphia got 3 against rookie Davis, and this is his major league debut in the third, and that's where we stand in the fourth. And against the shift, how about that? Right off the end of the bat and just dribbles into right field. A base hit for Adam Duvall.
Pretty good breaking ball that he went down to get right there. Duvall is really concentrating more and more on staying on that breaking ball. And that's the old right over the top curveball and on the end of the bat. But if you pull off that ball at all, you're not going to hit it at all. You're going to swing over the top of it. It'll be strike 3.
Suarez hit the ball very hard, getting his first hit in this young season, a double into the right center field gap, and scored the only Reds run in the second inning. And another base hit for Suarez. And this one should send Duvall on to third. It will. So the Reds have something cooking here in the fourth against Clay Buchholz.
Back-to-back innings where the Reds have reached the first 2 base runners of the inning. Last inning, Davis led off with a double, and error by the second baseman put him at first and second. They were unable to do anything. I got to figure that Clay Buchholz is out there thinking, you know, I've made 2 good pitches, and in back-to-back at-bats, I've given up base hits. So nice curveball that was negotiated by Adam Duvall, and that pitch by Suarez that he hit into center field was a pitch right down around the knees.
So here comes Schebler. He swung at the first pitch his at bat in the second inning. He did advance a runner second to third on a bounce out to Hernandez. Reds are looking for more than that right now.
Yeah, this is one of those at-bats where Clay Buchholz, the veteran pitcher, probably not going to give in to Schebler here. He's going to try to make Schebler go outside his comfort zone and chase a marginal pitch. Schebler has to remain patient.
It's a pretty good eye right there. That's the kind of pitch that virtually every time he's seen something even that close to the plate through these first 3 games, he's been up there swinging and swinging hard. Schebler has incredible power. When a Buchholz to leave one right there in his sweet spot, it'd be 4-4 right quick. 3 balls and no strikes. Schebler, 26 years old, grew up in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Originally a 26th round pick in 2010 of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and then came over along with Jose Peraza in that three-way deal that Todd Frazier was sent from Cincinnati to the White Sox. Got the green light, naturally 3-0, and fouls it out of play. And he draws a walk. They are loaded with nobody out. Loaded with nobody out for Cozart. He knocked in the only Reds run of the game with a sac fly to center in the second inning. Reds a big chance here in the last of the fourth. Ball one away. Now remember, it was a game of missed opportunities for the Reds on opening day. In similar situations, they had them in back-to-back innings. Bases loaded, nobody out. Bases loaded, one out. And they could manage just one run over those two innings. Two and 0.
Well, with a 3-run lead right here, the Phillies are going to play for a double play. They're playing the infield back. They want Buchholz to throw the ball over the plate. Cozart, on the other hand, would at least like to get the run in from third base right here.
He makes Buchholz throw a strike on 2-0.
But you can see where Cozart's looking. I mean, that pitch was on the inner part of the plate, and he didn't even flinch like he wanted that pitch at all. He's looking for a spot out over the plate into his sweet spot.
And he dumps this one into left field. It's going to plate one run. They will hold Suarez. You don't want to run into an out here with nobody out. And it's 4-2, and they're still loaded. Well, Cozart's off to a nice start.
Well, it looks very comfortable at the plate. And I'm talking about him wanting the ball out over the plate. I think it was a situation where Cozart, as the hitter, was looking for a spot in the strike zone rather than looking for a particular pitch, say fastball versus off-speed pitch. That wasn't a bad-looking curveball by Buchholz, but it was out over the plate, and that's where Cozart wanted it. Bob McClure is the pitching coach for the Phillies. Been there a long time. He pitched about 15 or 16 years in the big leagues and had one of the best pickoff moves you ever saw.
Bob McClure pitched professionally from 1973 to 1993, and he was in the minor leagues 2 years. That's a long career, brother. He had 698 major league games. They're loaded for Stuart Turner. Golden chance for this young man in his major league debut, and he drives this ball into right field. That'll back up the right fielder and plate another run. So an excellent job by Turner. He not only drives in the run from third, but the other two runners wisely advance. And now all of a sudden, Chris, it's a one-run ball game, and the Reds are going to send up Scooter Gennett. With the cold weather, it might look like it's coming off the bat with something on it, but man, that thing just died out there. But a good at bat nonetheless for Turner, his first major league RBI. Well, you know the story by now on Scooter Gennett. In the 9th inning on Monday, the Cincinnati native homered. A 2-run shot off Genmar Gomez. Hit it the opposite way. Now a chance to tie it or take the lead with a base hit. And it's low, ball 1. Brought the Reds to within a run. They would lose by a final count of 4-3. But a big spot now for Gennett, just acquired by the Reds prior to opening day. Broken bat roller. He'll get the job done, though. I mean, there's splinters all over the infield, but the bottom line is the Reds have tied this game.
Boy, it came right in the wheelhouse. Now you see Buchholz ducking that barrel of the bat. Fortunate for
the Phillies that ball was close enough to the bag that the first baseman could take it by himself.
Otherwise, Buchholz was never getting over there to cover. It's a nice little rally here.
Very nice rally. And it's not over yet. If Billy Hamilton has anything to say about it. The go-ahead run is at third. Breaking ball in there, a strike. Billy a single to center in the first inning. He had that little pop-up in his short right field that was dropped by Hernandez for an error, reaching in the third. Hamilton appears to be, from where we sit anyway, seeing the ball very well right now. You wonder if it's a confidence that he found basically the second half of last season when he started to blossom into the player the Reds have been waiting on for the better part of 3 years. He was just sensational the second half before he got hurt. 2-2 on Hamilton.
You know, I think for Billy Hamilton, it's like it is for so many players as they begin to get more and more time at the major league level. You know, you begin to slow the game down a little bit around you. His physical tools have not changed one bit. It's his approach.
And that one served into shallow center, and the second baseman this time able to go up and get it, Hernandez. And that will end the inning, but the Reds score 3 to tie. We're off to the 5th, even at 4. Now, Chris, what a difference a year makes. I mean, this time a year ago, the Reds were lucky to hold a 5-run lead. The bullpen, at least through the first 2, and it's only 2 games, but very, very good numbers.
Well, it's the kind of thing that can change a team around, because it did last year on the wrong side, because when they had no bullpen to start the season last year, they had some injuries. Guys underperformed. They had a revolving door as to who was going to pitch the last couple of innings out there, and it was very difficult to hold on to leads. Demoralizing for the team overall. Big difference this year. A year extra in the big leagues as far as experience, and some better arms down there as well. Speaking of good arms, Cody Reed takes over for the Reds.
And this is one of the reasons, besides wanting to have better arms in the bullpen, knowing you had, 2 rookies in Rookie Davis and Amir Garrett in your rotation to begin the year. You're not sure what you were going to get out of Feldman. Finnegan's still 23 years old, and Bronson Arroyo's 40. So the Reds kept some highly touted prospects in their organization, starting pitchers, in that bullpen. And on a day like today, now we don't know how Reed will fare here today, but it is the perfect situation to bring him into the game. Both Cody Reed and Robert Stevenson, 2 of the top prospects in the Reds organization, begin this season working out of the bullpen.
Reed was one of the odds-on favorites actually to make the rotation this year. He had some experience last year, although he did get knocked around in his 10 or 11 starts. But having that big league experience really gave him an edge up. I think when they evaluated everything, they needed a left-hander in the bullpen. They wanted somebody who could go multiple innings, as you said, Tom. And, Reed is also a guy that they have to figure out a way to allow him to kind of relax a little bit. When you pitch as a starter and you get beat up in your ball game and you get taken out early, you got 4 days to think about how bad you were and how much you want to do better the next time out. And sometimes that can be an anchor rather than an incentive. And I think for Cody Reed, it probably was. So until he gets over the fact that, he gets too tight out there, the bullpen's a great spot for him.
Well, the real bugaboo for Reed has been what you're seeing right now. And whether it's as a starter and now his first appearance as a reliever, it is the first batter of an inning, and it's the first inning overall. He has just had a really, really hard time breaking through the nerves you were referring to a moment ago, whatever it might be. But this is the single biggest hurdle right now in Cody Reed's very young career, is figuring out how to get people out the first time he takes the mound in a game.
Well, and for him, it's as simple as being able to throw the ball over the plate where he wants to. Repeat the delivery. And it's very tough sometimes for young left-handers, big guys, to get that. I mean, you've got a lefty who's 6'6", throws 95 miles an hour. I mean, he's worth, maybe being a little bit more patient with.
Odubel Herrera, the batter, lefty against lefty here. Good pitch here in the outside corner, 94, a fastball, 1 ball and 1 strike. Reed, as many of you know, came over in the Johnny Cueto trade, along with John Lamb and last night's starter and winner, Brandon Finnegan. Reed is just 23 years old. Breaking ball low and away. You look at his numbers, he was originally a 2nd-round pick. That's how highly thought of he was. Playing at Northwest Mississippi Community College in Senatobia, Mississippi. He grew up in Horn Lake, Mississippi, and makes his home now just across the border in Tennessee. He's pitching so well last year. 6-4 record in 13 starts at AAA Louisville, the first time he had reached that level. ERA fractionally over 3, threw a lot of strikes. But then he came to the big leagues, and there was a lot of this. In 47 innings, he walked 19 batters. And you couple that with allowing 12 home runs. Reed made 10 starts, went 0-7 with a very high earned run average. But walks were a big problem for Reed at the major league level. And he has walked the first 2 batters coming into the game here in the 5th.
If you're Michael Franco here, you're seeing what's happened ahead of you. 2 walks in a row. I'm looking for him to be aggressive here on this first pitch. He's not looking for a walk. He's looking for Reed trying to get ahead of him with a strike. And he's going to be ready to drop the hammer if it's in the sweet part of the zone. Oh, I'm surprised about that. Franco swings so hard, or he has in the past, he would swing so hard his helmet falls off. Now, the coaches on the Phillies were saying the other day that they were happy that's only happened 1 time so far this season. So he's cutting the swing down.
Well, I think Herrera's trying to make up for it. Young man had 25 home runs, knocked in 88 runs a season ago for Philadelphia. That was a team best. You know, last season in the National League was the first time, or in Major League Baseball was the first time since 2004, where the third base position had 8 players to hit 30 or more home runs in a season. I mean, that was considered at one time to be one of the premier power positions in the game. That has not been the case for longer than a decade. Foul tipped into the mid of Turner. That was good work and at bat right there by Cody Reed. And I think Franco's saying, can we take a look at this?
Really big strikeout right there. I don't know what Franco wants. He's wondering if it may have hit the dirt, and I think the Phillies are asking the same question. Whether the ball went into the dirt before it went into the glove of Stuart Turner. Pete Buchanan will come out and talk to Vic Carapazza.
Well, Franco out of there on strikes, and now Reed will face a left-handed batting Saunders. You know, one of the games that may have cost Cody Reed a spot in this Red starting rotation was his final outing in Scottsdale against the Giants. And in that game, it was left-handed batters that he simply just could not get out. The very first inning, 3 of the first 4 Giants hitters were left-handed. He went walk, hit a batter, got an out against a right-handed hitter, Buster Posey, and then gave up a 2-run double. It would wound up being a game where Reed went 3 innings and allowed 10 earned runs. Now, he wasn't alone of the young pitchers who did not fare well their last outing of spring training play. There's a bouncing ball that could be 2. Should be 2. It is 2. And that's a double play for Cody Reed after back-to-back walks to begin the inning. Nice bounce back work by the Reds left-handed. So we stay tied at 4. We'll give you one quick look at that double play.
And how about Zach Britton? He is Mr. Automatic. He's converted 50 straight saves. Last night was his 50th. That's the 5th longest streak in Major League Baseball history. It started back on September 20th of 2015.
And that is your T-Mobile Unlimited baseball break. Back to the booth, Tom and Chris.
Awesome stuff, fellas. Boy, that Cleveland Indians team, we saw a lot of them in spring training. If that team stays healthy, look out. They are loaded. And we were talking in spring training, talking in between innings here just a moment ago. Look at some of those highlights. When you consider that team without Michael Brantley and really without Salazar and Carrasco for the last month of last season and almost the entire postseason, and they still go extra innings, game 7 of the World Series to lose it. Pretty impressive. All right, we're more concerned though about the team in the southern half of the Buckeye State. Redlegs have 2, 3, 4 in the batting order. And there's a routine fly ball off the bat of Peraza into right field. That was a nice way that inning came to an end, Chris, for Cody Reed.
Well, a little comeback inning, Tom. You know, when you walk the first 2 batters of the inning, you're thinking, oh, I better strike out the side right here. But he was able to really buckle down, let his defense do some work. He did strike out the first batter he faced after walking the first 2. And then got a little D to help him. That'll pick him up. I mean, really give you a different outlook when you take the mound for the second inning rather than going out there and giving up a couple of runs.
Joey Votto today is 0 for 2, is fly to right. Hit a hot smash up the first base line that turned into a double play in the third. And this time bangs one into center field, and the Reds have the go-ahead run aboard here in the last of the 5th with 1 out.
Joey Votto stands right up on top of the plate, really challenging those pitchers to just come right in there. Look how close he is to the plate. That pitch on the inner part of the plate, but he kind of brings his hands in, shortens his swing, and just tries to get the barrel on the ball. I mean, that hit right there is as intended.
Duvall started the 3-run game-tying rally an inning ago with a little roller through the right side of the infield. With a runner at first, the shift not nearly as dramatic as it was a moment ago, or Duvall would have been thrown out. Instead, it just harmlessly rolled out there into right field with nobody anywhere near it.
You know, Duvall reminds me a little bit. He caught one on the ankle that time, that foul ball that went off his foot. He reminds me in his approach a little bit of Jeff Kent.
Well, he looks a little bit like Jeff Kent.
And one reason I say that is that he tries to hit the fastball the other way, and he tries to pull the breaking ball. He'll get out there and kind of hook the breaking ball. That's what he hit, just banged off of his ankle.
I tell you what, I don't know if Jeff Kent's ever going to make the Hall of Fame or not. He's one of those guys, I guess, that most people kind of see. Yeah, there's a reason why or two, and maybe there's a reason why or not. But man, I saw him play a lot of games out there in that NL West when he was with the Giants. That guy played for me any day of the week. That guy was a gamer. And not a real likable guy. Not at all. But I tell you what, you put his name in a lineup every day, that guy could play. Really play.
I'll tell you, I like the actions of both of these young catchers behind the plate today. I mean, both these guys making their Major League debut. They both move around quite well. Andrew Knapp, of course, catching the veteran Buchholz, but Stuart Turner's had to weave his way through a couple of different pitchers, 3 of them actually.
1-2 on Duvall. Runner at first with barely a 2-step lead over there is Votto. Gone swinging is Adam. 3rd strikeout of the afternoon for Clay Buchholz, and Suarez coming up.
You know, if you're anxious at all against Clay Buchholz, he's going to get you. You just have to be so patient on him. He's a master at trying to get you to hit those pitches that are just off the plate.
Hey, by the way, just as a follow-up, you mentioned Jeff Kent. Ryan Sandberg, the former Philadelphia Phillies manager for a long, long time, had the most home runs by any second baseman in the history of the game. Had 277. That's till Jeff Kent came along. Jeff Kent hit 351 home runs as a second baseman. By far.
So you're saying
the most in the history of the game at that position.
So the likability factor,
it's hurting him.
And the Hall of Fame vote.
It's hurting him, I can promise you.
I didn't know it was a popularity contest.
Well, you know as well as I do, we'd like to think that's not what it's for, but sometimes if you really bang on guys after a while, a lot of times it's just human nature. And Kemp was tough to get along with, really tough. Even though he was you'd catch him on moments where very smart guy, very well-read guy, interesting guy. Had a lot of interest outside of baseball. But man, oh man. You got on his bad side, that would be a dark side. 3-0 on Suarez. He'll be hacking if it's close. And here it comes. He takes outside, ball 4. Follow Reds baseball live with the MLB.com and Bat mobile app. You can stay connected to the game's best players all season long with game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast stats, news, and much more. Download MLB.com at Bat today. It's your #1 app for live baseball. Big chance here for Scott Schebler. The Reds have not had a lead in this game today. They fell behind 1-0. They tied it 1-1. They fell behind 4-1. They tied it at 4 in the 4th. And now a chance with 2 on and 2 out in the 5th. Schebler 0 for 1 has walked and scored. Schebler's first at bat, he swung at the first pitch. I mean, just itching to swing the bat. And smashed one straight in the ground that wound up being a 3-hopper to the second baseman. But really had a good look at Buchholz his last time up. That ball popped up into foul ground and out of play. Reds have 1 hit in 7 at-bats with runners in scoring position so far today, and in this young season in such situations 3 of 20. Two balls and a strike on Schebler. 2 outs. Runners at first and second base. 2-2.
You know, Buchholz is one of these pitchers. He's not afraid to pitch inside, even though he tops out right around 90 miles an hour on his best fastball. That last pitch, a cutter at 86, but perfectly placed. That's the reason he's been able to hang around for so long.
Came back in there again and missed.
The cutter was the one that was breaking in towards Schebler on the previous pitch. On the last pitch, he tried a little two-seamer, little comeback action, front door fastball, and Pete McCannon's wondering, well, where was that? He also told Bob McClure to pick up the bullpen phone.
Big pitch here for Schebler. Runners go. Oh, he had a good cut and had a good pitch to hit. Fouled it straight back. As your good friend and Cowboy and mine, the Cowboy, likes to say, that one right down Broadway.
Center cut.
As was that one. He just beat him with a fastball. It's good pitching by Buchholz. The Reds strand 2. We played 5. Reds and the Phillies even at 4. On after today's game, the Reds will travel to St. Louis for a series with the Cardinals beginning on Friday night. Reds Live will hit the air at 7:30 Eastern Time, followed by the first pitch on our home of the Reds, Fox Sports Ohio, and of course streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Now, is that the same shot that we get down there at the of the river when they're fishing on the sandy bank?
Indeed it is, and we're going to get a look at this young man on Friday night, Chris.
I mean, I'm really anxious to see this. He's come such a long way since the Reds signed him. Of course, he was a part-time baseball player, full-time basketball player when the Reds originally drafted him. Amir Garrett gets a ball in St. Louis. Ought to be a fun night. And a big crowd there at Busch Stadium.
All right, Cody Reed on for his second inning of work. We're in a 4-4 game, top of the 6th inning. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 in the Philadelphia batting order. Andrew Knapp followed by Brock Stassi and then Freddie Galvis. We get any further than that, probably a safe bet they will bat for Buchholz. We'll see. Knapp struck out looking in the second inning against rookie Davis, and then rookie walked him in the third. Leadoff walk for the second straight inning issued by Reed.
I mean, it's not like he's not trying to throw strikes. You could tell on that last pitch he even actually took a lot off of it just to try to lay it in there. Just has not figured out a way to repeat that delivery yet. And when you're a big, tall guy with long arms, sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Now, the same way the inning started last inning for Cody Reed, he had some magic to help him get out of that inning. He struck out the next batter and then got a ground ball double play. Brian Price wondering if he could do the same thing all over again. You know, I think, Tom, when you get a pitcher like Cody Reed, very talented, big, strong kid, throws hard, a little bit out of whack when it comes to his delivery. You don't bring him up and coach him the same way you do other pitchers. You've got to get him a situation where he repeats his delivery more often than other guys do. So you let him pitch and you let him pitch some more, but it doesn't always have to be at 100% effort. You're just trying to get his delivery down so he can throw strikes.
Well, now they have the runner caught. And Stewart Turner will throw down and get him, and that is a horrific base running mistake there by Andrew Knapp. Expecting, of course, Galvis to be able to get the bunt down, especially on a strike, which he didn't.
Well, it's a bad base running mistake, but you can see how it can happen because you've got the catcher running and it happens all the time. He's trying to get a big break because he's afraid that he's going to get doubled up on a bad bunt. So when the batter gets a strike and here's a double play that's going to end the inning. How about Cody Reed letting his defense shine a little bit?
We're off to the bottom of the sixth inning. We're tied at 4.
debut today, and what a defensive play with the throw down to second base and the put out. And once again, we have a very happy family up here. I'd like to welcome in to my right. This would be Mom Mindy. This would be Dad Randy. Over here we've got Trey, the brother, and Danielle, Stewart's wife, down here on the end. Mom, let's start with you. Same question I always give everyone. Long road to get here. What are your emotions watching your young one out there on a major league field?
It's very overwhelming, very exciting. A dream come true.
In from Louisiana, and Dad, what's going through your mind right now?
Too much to even explain. I mean, the nerves this morning when we found out that he was going to play was almost unbearable.
What was the call like because he's a Rule 5 draft pick, so you don't know how that's going to shake out, whether he's going to make the team or whether he's going to be sent back to the Twins organization. So that had to be a lot of emotions. What was the call like when he said, "I made the opening day roster"?
It was wonderful. Wonderful.
Dad, what was it like for you?
Oh, dude, I was at work, and when I got the message, it was like everything just had to come to a halt, and we had to show a little bit of joy at work. It was unbelievable.
Danielle, let's shoot you a question, because you obviously talk to him on a daily basis. The emotions had to be just up and down, not knowing what his future holds.
Yes, sir. Every day was a new day, just waiting to hear what he was going to be told. And he finally texts me, and he's like, "Well, I'm heading to Cincinnati," and the emotions just were everywhere.
I imagine they are. And Brother Trey, you've got to be proud of your brother.
Very proud. It's been a pleasure to watch him play at every level, and then to finally see his dreams come true for him. It's amazing.
Daddy got that first Major League RBI off the table.
It was nice. It was really, really nice. It's sort of break the ice a little bit.
Well, Stuart Turner's fine young man. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you for sharing the moment. Tom, Chris, another happy family.
Oh, yeah, Cajun family. They've got the native tongue in Louisiana. We brought up earlier, Jim, a great work out there as Cozart is gone against a new Philadelphia pitcher taking over for Buchholz, his left-hander Adam Morgan. But, Jim, great work today with the Davis family and now the Turner family. Philadelphia debut, National League debut for Clay Buchholz here today. Goes 5 innings, allows 7 hits, 4 runs earned. He walked 2, struck out 3. So now we get a look at lefty Adam Morgan. Hard hit ball. That nearly knocked Galvis over, but 2 are out. We showed you Rookie Davis waving to his family as he made his way back from the bullpen, and the Turner family acknowledging brother, son, husband as he came back from warming up Davis in the bullpen in preparation of the Major League debut for the Reds battery here today. So Michael Lorenzen going to be used as a pinch hitter. Well, the Reds only have 4 players on their bench. We brought that up earlier. They have Tucker Barnhart, the backup catcher, and then the other 3 are Scooter Gennett, who's already been used.
This is one of the things that Brian Price touched on during spring training, especially towards the end of the spring when it became obvious they would have 8 pitchers in the bullpen rather than the normal 6 or 7. And he said, well, Lorenzen can be my guy to be coming off the bench on those days where I'm pretty confident that he's not going to pitch. He was in the game last night. He was in the game on opening day, not probably going to pitch in this day, so he puts his hitting shoes on. Hey, another guy that can swing the bat probably is equally as well as Lorenzen. The starter today, rookie Davis. We saw him hit a double.
Yep.
I mean, you know, I go to Billy Hatcher for my scouting reports on the pitchers because he oftentimes throws batting practice through the pitchers. And the guy that can really swing the bat is Davis. He is right there with Lorenzen.
This ball is in the air to straightaway center field. Racing back is Herrera. How about that? The Reds a year ago, the only team in the league that did not have a pinch hit home run. And here their first in 2017 comes from perhaps the most unlikely source in Michael Lorenzen. And the Reds have their first lead of the game. Can you believe that?
Absolutely can believe that. Lorenzen was a two-way player when he went to college. He was a center fielder that they'd call out of center field to close games, throwing the ball nearly 100 miles an hour. Here, Brian Price wants him to swing the bat, and boy, does he ever do that. Now, Lorenzen had a home run last year. It came in at a relief appearance, but since he was already in the game, it did not count as a pinch hit home run.
And that was a very emotional home run for him. It's a story has been well documented after the passing of his father. He had been on the bereavement list and then came back that night in the game against the Dodgers, hit the home run to right center field and broke down in tears. This ball was just killed.
You know, Tom, there's more and more emphasis, it seems like nowadays. Maybe one of the trendiest things in baseball is to try to find those players who are versatile players, who can play around the infield, play around the, I mean, how much more versatile can you get than a guy who can play center field if you need him to in Lorenzen? Come in and pitch and throw 98 miles an hour, and then also, by the way, hit home runs right out the front door. A long shot to center field.
Well, that's a thought that's been a long time coming, in our opinion. Both of us, you and I have been talking about this for years. I'm not suggesting we're trend centers or smarter than anybody else, but we've wondered for a long time working together why teams did not have players playing more or multiple positions, especially as we become so specialized in Major League Baseball. Grounded to Franco. Well, he nearly waited a fraction too long to throw out Hamilton. But the big story in the 6th inning, Michael Lorenzen sent to the plate as a pinch hitter and gives the Reds their first lead with a home run to center.
He saved 17 games for the Reds last year. Cingrani, first time we've seen him here in this season. 65 overall last year for Tony. So the Reds really, when they came into camp this year, it appeared like they would have only one left-hander in their bullpen. That would be Tony Cingrani. So it turns out we've seen 3 out of today in the bullpen in this ball game. Wandy Peralta came in and pitched an inning. A couple of scoreless innings, although nail biters by Cody Reed, and now Cingrani.
Tommy Joseph bats for the first time since taking over as part of a double switch when Morgan entered the game. So he's batting in the number 9 spot in the batting order. Joseph hitless in his first 8 bats so far this year. Good power. 21 home runs in a little more than 300 at bats a season ago. His first in the big leagues. Most of you who have followed the Reds since he was brought to the major leagues familiar with this native Chicagoan. There are times Cingrani is virtually unhittable. There are other times when he labors to throw a strike. And you just don't know when that bullpen gate opens which Tony Cingrani you're going to get. But boy, when he's good, he's really good. That'll back up Schebler a few paces short of the warning track. 1 out. We have no idea how the first 2 or 3 months of this season is going to play out for the Reds. Obviously, there aren't a lot of people around baseball that think they're going to win a lot of games. But of course, you know that old adage about that's why you play the game. But I think it's safe to say, Chris, and we touched on it very briefly earlier, the bullpen last year, which was such a complete disaster, and I mean an unmitigated disaster through the first 2.5, 3 months of the season. The Reds played 1 game under 500 baseball the second half, and a big reason why was because of the improvement of that bullpen, especially the arrival of Lorenzen and Iglesias. This year, at least when the gate opens, you feel like there's a guy that's coming in the game that is more than capable of holding the opposition without a run.
I think you're exactly right on right there, Tom. But the key, I think, for this Reds ball club is to keep that bullpen as fresh as possible. And when you have a young rotation and your pitchers are only going 3 or 4 or 5 innings at a time, that bullpen can wear out in a hurry. So early in the season, that's not a problem. But, you know, if you get too many short starts and you put the burden on the bullpen too much early in the year, by the time June, July, and August roll around, they're just out of gas.
Slow bouncer to Suarez. He'll throw out Hernandez, and Cingrani has taken care of the first 2 Phillies here in the 7th inning with a 1-run lead. We invite you to follow every Reds game all summer long right here on Fox Sports Ohio. And then when the game is over, just stick right here. For Reds Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda, we'll break it all down. Jim Day, Jeff Pecoro and company, Brian Giesenslaw, all standing by. The Phillies scored all 4 of their runs within the first 3 innings of this game, and the man who bats now, nearly the sole provider of all 4 runs. Nava hit a solo home run in the first inning. He hit a 2-run home run in the 3rd. The other run scored on a wild pitch. 3-0 on Nava. Tigers and the White Sox underway at U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago. 1-0 Tigers in front. Last of the second inning. They've had brutal weather up there in Chicago. One of those games already postponed in the series. Sangrani's come back from 3-0 to run it full. Sangrani a strike away and out away from a perfect 7th. Got him looking to end the inning. Came all the way back from 3-0. A perfect 7th for Tony Sangrani. Reds lead by a run. On May the 10th. Many of you will remember this game. Micah Owings, as a pinch hitter for the Reds, tied the game in the bottom of the 9th inning with 2 outs against St. Louis. That was the last time the Reds had a home run by a pitcher used as a pinch hitter until today. And then the blast by Michael Lorenzen to snap a 4-4 tie in the 6th inning. One of my favorite all-time players just as a guy was Micah Owings.
Oh,
boy, he was just a
guy.
Great guy.
He could hit, man.
Yeah.
He could really hit.
I think it's my son's all-time favorite player. He couldn't have been a nicer guy. All right, so the Reds are batting again against Adam Morgan here in the last of the 7th inning. It's been a very quiet day for Peraza, 0 for 3, and really has not hit the ball hard at all today. That one dribbled, actually may have got a piece of his foot. It did, left foot. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You know, Peraza's the kind of hitter, though, that he doesn't always hit the ball hard, but he gets his hits. Today, though, it looks like they're beginning to pitch him inside a little bit more. He showed, you know, his ability and his desire to go to right field the first couple of games. They're coming in there on him. There's a right field shot.
And there you go. So he has his first hit in 4 at-bats on the afternoon, and that's a good way to get it started with Votto coming up. Reds have Blake Wood throwing in their bullpen. Wood gave up a run in his only inning of work this season. That came on opening day. But that bullpen, outside of that lone run, has been unbelievably stingy. 2 innings shutout baseball last night. So far here today, 4 innings of no-hit shutout baseball. In fact, Wood, in that lone inning on opening day, the 6th, that is the only inning the Reds bullpen has allowed a run.
Well, you know, Tom, we were talking between innings about Brian Price's plan at the beginning of spring training to use his relief pitchers on multiple inning stints. And, you know, kind of bantering back and forth that this might be one of those games where you would see that out of Tony Cingrani. Looked very good as he struck out the last batter in the inning to end his only inning, but looks like the Wood, with him warming up, he may be the guy that they'll call on.
You know, maybe they let Cingrani go out there and face a left-handed batting Herrera to begin the inning and kind of see what happens. You have a right-hander after him and Franco, and then you have another left-hander and Michael Saunders. Of course, Pete Buchanan could counter. He will not bat for Herrera or Franco. He might bat for Saunders. They had Aaron Altair in the lineup last night against a left-hander, and he started in place of Saunders out in right. One ball, 2 strikes on Joey Votto. There goes a runner. Throw to second base, and safely is Peraza. His first steal of the year. And he plans to do plenty of that this summer.
He did not have a very big lead, Peraza didn't. The throw was a one-hopper down there. Galvis did a nice job just to be able to pick it, but he couldn't get the tag on him.
Bit of a hanger right there. I think Joey talking to himself.
So Votto really toughens it up a little bit, gets a couple of strikes on him, really shortens his swing, chokes up even more than he normally does, spreads his feet apart a little bit more at the plate. Morgan's best pitch to Votto is probably that slider. He had a big swing and a miss on the very first pitch of this at bat, but Votto will likely be able to foul that pitch off at the very least. There is the slider.
Yep.
Did he foul it? And it went right into the glove.
Yep.
Votto saying check it for dirt. And he caught it, and then his glove went into the dirt.
Now Duvall. Runner at second, 1 out. Reds trying to add to a 5-4 lead. This is the decisive game of this 3-game series. Philadelphia winners on opening day, 4-3. The Reds behind the pitching of Finnegan, Lorenzen, and Iglesias combining on a 4-hit shutout last night. And it looked like the Reds were in trouble today. They were in trouble early on. They fell behind 4-1 in the major league debut of rookie Davis. Davis lasting 3 innings, but the bullpen has been outstanding. Peralta, Reed for a couple of innings, Cingrani so far for 1. Holding the Phillies without a hit, without a run, while the offense has climbed back in this thing to take the lead. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cardinals a 3-1 lead over the Cubbies. That game in the 5th inning. The final game of that scheduled 4-game series. They were rained out last night. So today will be the rubber game of that set. Peraza going. And Duvall fouls it out of play. Peraza could have gone in standing up. And the Rockies and the Brewers are ending their 4-game series today. Brewers finally getting a win last night after dropping the first 2. And Colorado an early 1-0 lead today in the 4th inning. Told you the other National League Central Division team, the Pirates, have already been rained out at Fenway Park. In the air left field, hit well by Duvall, and the lead goes to 3. Duvall's first home run of the year, and man, what a start he's off to. He now has 5 hits so far this season in 11 at-bats.
Really looks good at the plate. Talked about him trying to pull the breaking ball. Well, when you can hook a breaking ball, especially off the arm of a left-hander, you know, he went down there, he got it pretty good, but the ball just really jumps from that angle. And it clears the wall and gives the Reds a couple of runs.
And the rain beginning to fall again here in Cincinnati. They said that, you know, the longer this day went on, the more likelihood there would be of rain and heavy rain. And this game has been going at a snail's pace, to say the least.
Well, last year, Adam Duvall really hit the pitches that were breaking pitches as well as anybody, or better than anybody in the big leagues. A .570 slugging percentage against non-fastballs. So that last pitch that he hit for a home run was a breaking ball, so he will add to that total in this year.
Very easy young man to root for is Adam Duvall. He is one of the more likable players on a team that has a lot of them. This Cincinnati 2017 version. But quick to smile and so polite. Good to say good things happen to Adam Duvall. 2-2 on Eugenio Suarez, who's had a really nice game today. Hitless in the first 2 games of the year, but today has doubled, scored, singled, scored, drawn a walk. And they retire him for the first time today, 2 out. Two away for Schebler. 0 for 2 in the game, walked and scored, and hits the ball right on the screws, but down to get it is Hernandez, and that's all. But the Reds play tack on here in the 7th. A single by Peraza, a home run by Duvall. 7-4 Redlegs. Brought to you by Nava. A pair of home runs in the first inning and then a 2-run blast in the third. Rookie Davis leaving the game after giving up 4 runs in 3 innings. But the Reds got 1 in the second. They got 3 in the fourth to tie the game. And then Michael Lorenzen, a pinch hit home run to straightaway center to snap the tie in the 6th. Duvall plays long ball with Peraza aboard in the 7th. Our Honda game summary has the Reds in front as we go to the 8th, 7-4. And now on the mound, replacing Cingrani, is right-hander Blake Wood.
5 pitchers out of the 4 out of the bullpen now with Blake Wood, plus a starter, rookie Davis. Blake Wood, 70 games last year, had a nice year. Blake Wood did. More strikeouts and innings pitched. Walks are up there a little bit, but he just doesn't seem to get hit very hard. There's a lot of split finger fastballs, start down around the knees and dart right out of the zone.
Part of the order for the Phillies here in their half of the 8th inning.
Wood must be one of those guys where he's just impervious to cold weather. I mean, it's got to be cold sitting down there in the bullpen all day long, and here he comes walking in here with no sleeves on. Young man that born and raised in Atlanta, went to Georgia Tech.
A powerfully built young man here in Herrera. His father nicknamed him El Torito as a youngster, the little bull. And they're very excited about what he's capable of in the coming years. In fact, they signed him in December to a 5-year contract. He's had a good day today. A single to center, a double, scored a run. Great base running after that double in the 3rd. On a ground ball to short, he went second to third after Cozart let the ball fly to Votto and then scored on a wild pitch. And he's just blown away right there. He must have been guessing, because that was a 98-mile-per-hour fastball right down the middle of the plate. Or either he didn't see it.
Or maybe he was guessing 88 and it came in at 98.
That's right. What it looked like. You know, that brings to mind a conversation. When you see that swing, it brings to mind a conversation I had yesterday with the Phillies' young first baseman, Tommy Joseph. And Chris, you had chronicled all those concussions that he had had when he was a catcher coming up through the minor leagues. And he knows for sure that he had 5 of them. But he said, look, there might have been some times through the years where maybe it wasn't diagnosed necessarily as a concussion, but you know, you felt like you had a concussion. But he told a story of he starts to go see specialists, and they had found that because of these concussions, they thought that was the cause of astigmatism in his eye. And what was happening is the pitcher would throw the ball, and then all of a sudden, he said maybe 70 feet after the pitcher let it go, or 50 feet after the pitcher would let it go, that the ball would all of a sudden jump from maybe 5 feet in front of you, and then it was in the catcher's mitt and he never saw the ball. Almost like a special effects in a movie. And he said it took a long time to be able to get through that.
So what do you do to get through that?
You know, there were a number of different exercises and eye exercises and you know, trigger sorts of things, hand-eye coordination stuff that he had to do over and over and over again.
You know, it's amazing that the average eyesight for a major league hitter is off the charts compared to the general population. I mean, most of these guys are seeing 20/10. And if you talk to an ophthalmologist or an optometrist that may, be working with a Major League Ball club, and when they give the eye exams, he knows within 10 seconds whether the guy's a hitter or a pitcher, because the pitchers can't see the chart at the end of the wall, and the batters and the hitters can read every line, including the copyright line at the very bottom.
Yeah, they're a lot like fighter pilots in the military. Three and two on Franco. Struck him out. Nasty slider right there by Wood. And had Franco way out in front. So back-to-back strikeouts. One with a gas and one off speed. We were talking about Cingrani an inning ago, that there are times he looks unhittable and other times he has a hard time throwing strikes. Wood is more consistent in the strike zone than Cingrani. But I don't know if anybody has moments where they look more unhittable than Blake Wood.
Well, his delivery looks completely unrepeatable. And you can tell that he hides the ball because he turns his shoulders and he tilts his shoulders. It's kind of a compound delivery. He's got his glove come flying at you. And I get the feeling that the hitters never really see the ball. Hard to tell from this angle, but you can see, I mean, he gets his glove arm way up there, kind of flashes his glove at you. Oh, by the way, he throws it 98 miles an hour. But you can see why that delivery would also lend itself to some inconsistency around the zone.
Saunders 0 for 3.
That's a trade-off that you make, though.
Well, now Wood has a chance to fan the side. Wood is throwing missiles with that fastball here today. He has been by far the hardest thrower we've seen on the mound for any team. And we've seen a pile of pitchers today. Saunders put good Wood on that. Sinking liner caught in left field, and that'll end the inning. Wood a perfect 8th. Reds lead by 3.
Big Boy Saturday, April 15th. Arrive early and see your Reds walk the red carpet during the pregame block party beginning at 9 a.m. Plus, kids 14 and younger receive a Kids Opening Day cap. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. Stuart Turner will hit second in this inning, making his Major League debut. He made the opening day roster because Devin Mesoraco not ready baseball-wise to start the season. An update on him: he will start his season at AA Pensacola tonight. He stayed behind in Arizona and has now caught back-to-back games of 6 innings. They want to get him up to back-to-back games of 7, 8, and 9. He has 20 days to accomplish this, starting this season on the disabled list. Brian Price says it won't take that long. As far as baseball timing, though, that is a wait and see. So if all goes well, we will see Mesoraco this month.
Well, that would be a welcome sight indeed. I mean, it's virtually been 2.5 years since we have seen him last. He was an all-star, hit 25 home runs 3 years ago. Reds signed him to a 4-year contract worth $28 million, and Mesoraco has played in fewer than 40 games combined since signing that contract over the last 2 seasons.
It'll be interesting to see, though, Tom, how the Reds and how it all plays out when Mesoraco comes back, because Stuart Turner is a Rule 5 draftee, and as we've said before, when you're a Rule 5 draftee, you have to stay on the roster all year long or else be offered back to the source team, in this case the Twins, for half the amount of money that the claiming fee was, which was $50,000. Now, there evidently was a lot of internal talk and argument with the Twins as to whether they would protect Turner or not. So the better he does at the big league level, the more valuable he becomes, and the maybe more difficult it would be for the Reds to make a deal with the Twins in order to keep him in the organization, but not on the 25-man roster. And the Reds have said all along that they don't really want to carry 3 catchers. So Reds would love to keep Turner, obviously. It'd just be interesting to see how that works out.
And a base hit into left field by Kozai. His second hit in 3 at-bats. He's knocked in a couple of runs as well today. Blue Jackets are fighting for home ice in the playoffs. So tonight, Columbus battles Winnipeg up at Nationwide Arena in the state capital. Our coverage begins here on Fox Sports Ohio at 6:30 with Blue Jackets live and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
I mean, Turner last year was in AA. He was in AA the year before. He had 223 the year before in 2015. He had 239 in AA last year. So there was something about him behind the plate that the Red Scouts really liked.
I mean, he has his first major league run batted in today. Let's see if Stewart can get his first big league hit. Adam Morgan working in his 3rd inning out of the Philadelphia bullpen. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball.
When it comes to a Rule 5 draftee that worked out maybe the best in recent times, you can look no further than the Philadelphia Phillies. Their center fielder, Odubel Herrera, was a Rule 5 draftee in 2015. He's now batting 3rd in the lineup. So when you talk about some of the free agent signings, especially the international bonuses that teams will pay for players, and you're able to pick a guy up who is major league ready or nearly so for $50,000, and 2 years later he's batting 3rd for you.
And in the All-Star game.
That's about as good as it gets.
Yes.
And they're hoping the same type of progression for Stuart Turner. Seems like the Reds have brought a Rule 5 draftee into spring training every year for the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. It's a inexpensive look-see.
Hit that ball well, but right at the right fielder Saunders for the first out in the inning. That's going to be all for the left-hander Morgan, as Kiblahan is announced as a pinch hitter. So Morgan goes 2 1/3 innings, and he gave up all the runs that broke the tie in this game. It was 4-4. He allowed the pinch hit home run to Lorenzen and gave up the 2-run home run to Duvall. Ramos comes. One and one out. Edubray Ramos comes in from the Philadelphia bullpen.
Now Ramos, 42 games last year, 1-3 record, 40 punch-outs in just about the same number of innings. Morgan came in and gave him an inning, 2 innings plus, and they wanted to get him out of there as the Reds go to Patrick Kiblahan as a pinch hitter.
Kiblahan a knock into right field, and that's a base hit.
He did a whole lot of that down in spring training, and that's the reason he's on this ball club.
That is not, if you're wondering, Kiblahan's first major league hit. Told you he had a little bit of time in the big leagues before he came to the Reds. That is his first hit as a Cincinnati Red, however. Overall, his 5th major league hit. So good for him.
The Reds got him on the waiver wire at the very end of September. Oh!
And that's a base hit by Billy Hamilton. They're going to try to get the force out, and they get it. That's just tough luck for Cozart. He thought the shortstop was going to catch a ball on a line drive, and there's just simply nothing you can do about it.
I think everybody thought it was going to be caught on the line drive, including Billy Hamilton, the batter that hit it.
So that does not go as a base hit. It goes as a fielder's choice 7-4. 7-5, I beg your pardon. So 2-1, 2 out now for Peraza. And a little roller. Going to be a close play. Franco throws on the run and got him. Good play by Franco. And that will retire the side. So here we go in the 9th. The Reds are 3 outs away from a season opening series win. And he was out at first. Will it be Drew Storen coming on from the bullpen to try and nail it down? We'll let you know in a moment. Sports Ohio. All the information you need for that night's ball game. Reds Live, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing, and we will look ahead to tomorrow night, where we get it underway in St. Louis, and again a 1 hour time difference. So 7:30 will be Reds Live Eastern time tomorrow, the Major League debut of left-hander Amir Garrett. Reds Live will get underway at 1:30 on Saturday afternoon. Bronson Arroyo back in a Reds uniform against Michael Wacha. And then the series finale will be Feldman v. Martinez, with Reds Live again getting underway at 1:30. We invite you to join Chris and George Grant and the entire crew. We thank our producer today, Josh Hall, our director, Roy Alfers, Matt Sigafus, associate producer, along with Lauren White. Reds Live produced by Kent Weaver. Up here in the booth, as always, we thank our statistician Joel Luckup and Jesse Jackson. Coordinating producer, executive producer is Tom Farmer. So here is Drew Storn, young man who grew up in Indianapolis, went to Stanford, former #1 pick by the Washington Nationals, their one-time closer. Lost that job after they acquired Jonathan Papelbon, and then last year suffered through some arm injuries. Really struggled in Toronto, but the last month threw the ball much better in Seattle, and the Reds are hoping that's the guy they see.
Well, he threw the ball well in spring training also. He's a veteran closer. He's had as many as 43 saves in a season. That was really his second year in the major leagues with the Washington Nationals in 2011. Nails this save down. It's a 3-run lead with 1 inning to go. It will be save number 99 in his career.
It's a young man who actually was a bat boy for the team then known as the Montreal Expos, which is ironic because he would later pitch for the Washington Nationals that used to be the Expos before they made the move. His father, a very well-known national radio talk show host, got to know the officials with the Indianapolis Indians at the time, who were the Montreal Expos AAA affiliate. And so when the Expos came into Cincinnati, Storn had a chance to be the bat boy. It was a fly ball down the third baseline out of play. That was in 2003. You know, you talk about making an impression on a young man. He was still a teenager and had a chance to hang around and shag balls in the outfield with a former reliever. Many of you will remember the name Chad Cordero. He had some good years in the big leagues.
Sure
and he was closing at the time for the Montreal Expos, and very young pitcher, and he was talking to a young Drew Storn about pitching in the College World Series. And Drew was so impressed that when the option came around to go to college or maybe get drafted and go sign a professional contract, he decided to go to Stanford University, with the hopes of course, very good baseball program, pitching in a College World Series. 1-2 to Knapp. Strike 3 called. Well, a little drop down action right there by Storn.
You know, Storn has gotten to the point in his career that he's going to try just about anything he can to get the hitter off of his pitches. A little extra hesitation with the leg lift, a little drop down on the side.
Andres Blanco will be the pinch hitter. So today, a day of first, if the Reds can hang on and win this thing, as Blanco shoots one into left field, a base hit. And I mean a whole pile of them if the Reds can get there. Today, the first major league game ever for the Reds battery that started this game in rookie Davis and Stuart Turner. Turner got his first major league run batted in. Michael Lorenzen hit his first career pinch hit home run, and the first by a Red since 2015. Cody Reed is in line to get his first major league win today. He went 0-7, you may recall, in his 10 starts last year. And of course, this would be the first series of the season for the Reds, and a winning one, but they're 2 outs away. And throw in one more if Drew Storen can nail it down. And that would be his first save as a Cincinnati Red. But you have 2 more outs to get and a 3-run lead here in the last, or the top of the 9th inning. And he comes in a side gate for strike 3.
It's like having a Bronson Arroyo in the rotation and a Bronson Arroyo in the bullpen.
Well, we're going to get a look at Arroyo on Saturday night. We can't wait for that. Line drive, one hopper knocked down by Peraza, and the Reds win the opening series of the year. That's a really nice win for this team today, and the biggest difference between this time a year ago and right now is undeniably this Reds bullpen. It's only 3 games, Chris, but you can only do it, as they say, one day at a time, and they have been great in this season opening series.
They have been locked down, really, every time that they call that bullpen gate to open up. Somebody's come in here and been able to throw a 0 on the board. Get a couple of key home runs, like the 2-run home run by Adam Duvall that did it. The dramatic home run, pinch hit home run by Michael Lorenzen. And just a solid effort here in this first 3-game set against the Phillies.
Competition will stiffen beginning tomorrow night against St. Louis. We'll worry about that then. Right now, celebrate the win. We're back with more in a moment.